Good morning, everybody. How you guys all doing here today? Hopefully well. Let's do a quick little rundown here, right? Welcome to DTR Wednesday. I'm Michael. If you haven't been here before, say hello, introduce yourself, right? The more you get involved, right, the more I have to chat about. Members, if you're here, say good morning. Let's get after it here, right? So SPY kind of opening up in the middle of its range here. Yesterday evening, right, we had State of the Union address here from President Joe Biden, right? And then sort of further escalation here in the Ukraine, right? They confirmed one of their port cities was taken. And then talks from Russia, right, that they want to sort of maybe encourage or speed up sort of that peace talks, right? Hard to put too much stock into Russia wanting to start peace talks, right? They're the aggressor. Feel like they're probably going to try to do it on their terms, right? Their own little semantics, right? These sort of things. So let's not put too much stock into that, right? Market isn't particularly reacting here this morning, right? It isn't really giving us a reaction in either direction. So let's see how this day wants to shape up, right? When we open up in the middle of these ranges, when we open up sort of in no man's land, that creates a space or a problem, right? For us to sort of get that follow through in. So we'd like to see that breakout over that 438.50, right? Or a breakdown under that 426.60. So sort of our areas here today, right? It's kind of the target that we're looking at. If we're unable to get there, if we're unable to sort of see that sort of relative strength, then we are going to struggle, right? It's not going to give us that look. It's not going to give us that follow through. And because we're sort of in the middle here, right, we need to make sure that any volume standard that does come in, any profile that does sort of step in to defend today is very impressive. It isn't sort of hiding in the shadows, right? We want that strong outlier volume on any sort of breakout. It's that same story here on QQQ, right? We don't need to do anything crazy. We just need to be patient, wait for everything to sort of set up the way we want, right? We need things to break out over that 348.70, right? Or under that 336.90. We can get moves over, we move towards that 350 really quickly. If we get moves under, right, we move towards that 335 really quickly. So we've got a lot of space here where we can kind of be patient, wait for things to settle. But that same concept, right? When we open up in the middle of these ranges, we don't really have that much of an opportunity to get that easy follow through, right? By the time it gets there, it's already, sold off 1.5% or already moved 1.5%. And so when we have that low volume decreasing momentum, right? It's hard for us to look at this and say that we're going to have high conviction of a lot of follow through here. So again, right, we need to make sure that that volume standard is perfect, right? When we open up in the middle of these ranges, when we open up in sort of this choppy, boring conditions, right, it doesn't give us this huge expectation that we're going to get a ton of volatility or a ton of follow through, right? Let's be patient. Let's be disciplined. If something sets up, we'll have a look. If it doesn't, man, so be it, right? We'll have to sit on hands. Apple, right? A little bit of a rejection here at that 167 area yesterday, right? Would like to see this thing now break down, right? Or break out above that 166.90, right? Call it 167 or under 159.70. That's sort of where this momentum steps in or where this sort of momentum lies here this morning. If we can get that bull case right, I think that's probably more my favorite, where it has just a little bit more strength. It has a little bit more, just have a little bit more just evidence here, right, that it's wanting to bounce off of these high volume green days, right? So now high volume green day, January 24th, right, had one January 28th, right? So you're bouncing off of these high volume days and waiting for that sort of next bout of follow through, right? We have nothing that's really invalidated this yet, right? Keeps holding that trend line, keeps behaving the right way. So let's see if we can get this thing to follow through. I just hate that it rejected yesterday, right? Hate that it rejected at that area. So let's see if we can get that high conviction breakout again, right? Waiting for that volume standard, but shouldn't be too difficult for us to get a high volume breakout here on Apple with that decreasing daily volume, right? Outliers not that challenging. So we do have hope here, right? Tesla's an interesting one. Looks like it's probably kind of catching its breath here a little bit as it kind of comes up into an area, right? If you can see this red box, right, where there's a lot of rejections or a lot of sort of uncertainty, right? So Tesla now approaching this 900 mark. As we approach this box, right, extended out, kind of have a little bit of challenging levels, right, or sort of mixed signals where we don't have high conviction from either buyers or sellers. So this 900 to like 950 area, right, is very choppy, very much moves like kind of half levels in between, right? So we have like this 910, 915, 925, 920, right? We have all these sort of little spots here and there. Yeah, we'll talk about Twitter in a second here, right? So we have all these little spots that we want to just be a little bit cautious of. And so if we can get those breakouts, if we can get that momentum, we need to make sure that we're getting volume that sort of invalidates this indecision that we have inside this period. So that's really what the standard is. If we can get that, then we're going to have a chance for continuation here today. If we don't get that, then it's going to be hard to expect that Tesla's going to give us that easy follow through. To the downside, right, we can probably look for breakdowns under this 850, especially if this market is weak. And then we're going to have room towards, say, that like 836, 830, right, 820 areas. Then Microsoft, right, same thing. Microsoft's a quick one to go through here, right? Very sort of indecisive range, right? Low volume pullback, low volume doji, needs to break out over 300 or break down under 291. If it doesn't want to do that, right, we don't really stand a chance. Let's take a look at Twitter here, right? I don't know if I like, I mean, yesterday's a little bit disappointing. So, I mean, 36.17 would be your base, right? That has to be sort of your basic. But in this spot, right, you have like a couple areas where there just starts to become a lot of wicks. So for me, I'd be more interested above this like 36.69. Nice, right? That would be more something that I'm interested. That gives you a little bit more room up. And then above, you don't really have that many half levels. You have kind of more, or you have cleaner areas of support and resistance. So it goes like 36.69 towards that like 37.15, that sort of area, and then that like 37.60. So you have a little bit of a cleaner setup above, or at least a cleaner first entry. In between here, like good volume breakout, you know, not bad follow up there, but then not great strength, right? So this February 28th candle, right? Not really a fantastic sign of strength. Looks a bit more like this least bullish candle than say this most bullish, right? And then yesterday follows up with kind of a little bit of indecision, right? Where it makes a higher high and makes a higher low. So above this 36, right, 17, or above this sort of 36 high, we'll call it. Pair that with back-to-back days of indecision, no real volume clues, and an area where you have kind of mixed signals or mixed levels. Makes me think I'd be a little bit skeptical or a little bit cautious here that you're going to get that easy follow through as a day trade. If you're looking at this as a swing, I can't comment in that context. I don't look at it in that way. But as a day trade, I think the easier setup becomes just a little bit above this sort of 36 target you're looking at, especially within the sort of context we have over the last couple days. More bullish bias than bearish bias, right? But needs a bit more information before this looks particularly strong. So anyone, if you have any chart requests, right, please put them in the chat. Happy to go over them in as much detail as you like. But the more chart requests, the better. But I generally try to trade the same 7 names, give or take, all the time. So I trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Nvidia, AMD, and I don't really trade too much else. For me, it's really important that I get the right option volume, I get sort of the right entry requirements, and sort of spread requirements for any play, and it's not worth wasting my time chasing setups that are only going to hurt me if I get stopped out, right? The point of dealing with good liquidity and good option volume, right, is sort of the opportunity that you can get in and out exactly when you want. So that for me is really important. And we can get those kind of conditions, if we can get that kind of action, right, that'll be a lot more interesting. So Salesforce, right, this is an interesting one here actually after earnings. Strong gap up on earnings. So this is an earnings play. Good news narrative, right? So positive earnings, now positive gap up, right? You'd like to see that. Ken, you have a little bit of a shelf here. You have a couple spots. So like your first area, right, it would be this like 215 mark, right? But you're gapping up and over. So 215 kind of rides you up towards this like 220, we'll call it, right? So this is your sort of next area, right? Maybe you have an entry above this 218, right, towards that 220. But again, that same concept we talked a little bit on this Twitter, where it starts to get a little bit wicky, right? Best entry on this would have been above that 215. Now above, you start to get that maybe that clean look right above that 225, and then maybe a couple half levels at that like 222 areas. So if we can get looks from that spot, I think that would be maybe more interesting. Again, not sure how the option volume looks like on this Salesforce, right? That could be a little bit challenging, but I think this gap up is like kind of crushing you a little bit. So if you can get that pullback, really nice sign of reversal at that 215, then it starts to become more realistic towards that 220. Otherwise, then you want to wait for those levels to break out, and then you have room towards that 225 area. Pinterest, it needs to break like too many rejections here in this box, right? Too many high volume rejections. Nothing here that tells me we've invalidated, right, this strength from February 11th, relative strength to the downside. So I need to see a high volume day that sort of breaks out above that volume, and then preferably above that 2830 area. So either break out over this box or invalidate this volume bar from February 11th. If we're not getting that, then there's no real sign of strength here, right? When this whole market was giving us that really full body bounce, right? Just go compare, right? There's that February 24th. Look at the relative strength that Pinterest is showing you, right? Compared to that. It's not even that outlier volume. So hard to say here that there's a lot of relative strength that has stepped in. So I think this Pinterest is a little bit more of a trap than say that Salesforce, and showing really bad relative strength compared to the SPY. So everyone, right, if you're new to the channel, new to the stream, please say hello, introduce yourselves, say good morning. I'd ask if you guys could like and subscribe to the channel. The more people that like this video here today, the more people will see it. The more people who see it, right, the better for me. I do free live streams on Wednesdays, right? All my trades here live in real time. So the more people I can help, right, the better. And it'd be great to try to get as many eyes on this as possible. Right, objective today would be trying to get 50 people at a time. If we can do that, that would be a lot of fun. But we're not going to force anything, guys. We're not going to rush anything, or we're not going to do anything sort of crazy. Let's make sure that whatever happens here today, right, whatever decisions we make today, we're being patient, we're being disciplined. We're not being undisciplined traders, right? That's really the number one priority. We have a little bit of a challenging spot here with some of these opens, right? We're in the middle of these ranges where by the time we get these breakouts or breakdowns, we've already exhausted a lot of the volume or a lot of the momentum that could be in play here today. So we're gonna have to be patient, right? We're gonna have to be disciplined. Something like this Nvidia maybe is our best look, right? Bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume, right? If it gives us that weak market strength, we get that sell-off right under that, say, 111, right? We're gonna have room towards that 110, then that 109, right? Things are gonna start moving pretty quick. Again, right, number one priority, I'm gonna keep stressing, I'm gonna keep pushing it here today, is for us to be patient. We don't need to overtrade. We don't need to make bad decisions. We need to be just proactive and disciplined, right? That we are only going after our strongest plays. So no compromises, right? We're not going to make bad decisions here today. Let's make sure that we're just compounding good decisions, right? That's the only thing that matters. If we can keep doing that, if we can keep improving, right, then we're going to be just fine. Trading isn't about being the busiest of traders, right? We don't need to make 100 decisions a day. We need to make 1 or 2 good decisions every single day, and that's it. If we're able to do that, we're going to make a lot of money. If we're not able to do that, right, we're going to throw it all away. So let's be patient, let's be disciplined, and let's make sure that this market sets up the way we want. If it has to be a boring day, it has to be a boring day, and I apologize to that for everyone who's watching the stream, but I want to be very clear, right? I'm a trader, I'm not a performer, so we're not going to force things if the market isn't there. I'm not going to call things out if I don't feel comfortable taking the trade, and I'm always going to be very transparent in my process. So let's be disciplined, let's be patient, right? Let's encourage good habits, and let's make sure we're making good decisions. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Powell speaking definitely complicates things, right? Always. I think in general, right, what it does is it creates an opportunity or creates a window where we kind of have like two opens, right? Where we're going to have kind of a nice little bout of volatility here off this opening 30 min. And then he's going to speak for 30 minutes at 10:30. And then we're going to get another bout of volatility after that. So we kind of have two expected windows this morning where he could, where we could talk a lot. Right now, I didn't see anything like any like pre-release comments or anything along those lines. So I'm not sure if he's going to say anything too crazy, but the expectation or sort of the way things are pricing in, I think, in my opinion, is that the Fed is going to do less rate hikes, right, than we expect, and that March is going to be less aggressive than people expect. So this is really his first chance to sort of give us a clue on what he's going to do. And if we're looking at markets here a little bit, right, we always talk about how that news comes out in the path of least resistance, right? Well, at first glance here, right, the path of least resistance on the SPY kind of looks a bit like a bull flag here, right? Full body breakout, decreasing daily volume, right? Kind of looks like maybe that's the case. So we'll see if that's how the market wants to react, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. In general, with the Fed day we're 100% waiting for like a decision, right? We're getting an outcome one way or the other. When Powell speaks, we're looking for clues. So the market isn't necessarily as nervous or as nervy, but it means that the algos kind of can go crazy in more sort of time frames, or there's more periods where they're willing to sort of be turned on. So that'll be more how I look at things in general, where I have maybe the expectation of there being maybe a little bit more volume later on, right, or a little bit later than expected. That being said, right, at 10 a.m., going to throw on the speech, right, going to listen to what he's saying, make sure there's no real surprises, and we'll treat that like market open, right? Wait till he's talking, right? Wait that 5 minutes and then see what sets up from there. Great question though. All right, guys, let's do a quick little rundown here again of what I am looking at this morning, right? Sorry, my dog's trying to take all my attention here. So SPY, right? We're gapping up in sort of the middle of this range. We need to break out over 438.50 or break down under the, say, 426.60. We can get moves up and over, right? We think we've got room towards that 440, or we think we've got room down towards that 426. The problem about opening up in the middle of these ranges, right, is by the time we get to sort of these breakout areas, we could be a little bit out of momentum or a little bit out of steam, right? So we're assuming choppiness until proven otherwise, right? Inside these ranges is just consolidation. There's no setups here for us, right, until this sort of consolidation breaks out. Maybe we're going to get that news catalyst here today with Powell speaking at 10, right? Maybe that'll help give us that momentum and give us that extra volume burst to push us down and out or up and over. But our early expectation here, right, is that this is a choppy sort of back and forth environment until proven otherwise, right? Similar story here on QQQ. Decreasing daily volume, right? Tight range it's fighting in between. So it needs to break out over this 348.70, right? Or under this 336.90. Any sort of move to the downside, right, has room towards that 330 area. Any room to the upside, right, kind of room towards that 350, right, 355 if it has those legs. Apple, right, showing us a little bit of a rejection there yesterday, right, failing at that 167 zone. Now, right, if it can continue to break down, right, it has a point of confluence at that 159.70 area. So if it loses that mark, right, if it breaks down past that area, we should get a little bit of follow through, right? That's a point of confluence. So trend line, psych zone, right, previous area of resistance. So a lot of things are stacking up there. But for now, Apple continues to look like it's sort of bouncing off of this sort of trend line, right, and kind of forming a bit of an ascending wedge pattern. So if you're going to break out over that 167 area, again, that 168, 170 should come pretty quickly, and then we can look to test sort of that 172.50 zone. Tesla looks like it needs to catch its breath here, especially if it wants to continue that bull case. So it needs to clear above this 900 with some conviction, right? And that 900 is becoming a little bit of a scary spot, right? If we just look inside this red box, I don't know how well you guys can see it, but we have a lot of really indecisive price action here, right? A lot of wicks that aren't really giving us high conviction. No full body, no real back-to-back stories that tell us that same thing, right? No real general theme that we can kind of pull from this. So to invalidate that sort of indecision, right, we need to see a pretty impressive volume standard on any breakout there. Otherwise, right, kind of feels like Tesla needs to catch its breath before it wants to do that, or needs to show me that sign of strength and close up and over inside this 900 zone before it becomes particularly tradable. On the other hand, right, we can look for sort of volume divergence breakdowns here after what kind of looks a bit like a hammer candle, right? A little bit more maybe doji than hammer, but a little bit of indecision with a higher high that didn't really sustain, right? Higher high and was unable to close under previous highs, above previous highs, right? Definitely not the greatest sign of strength from Tesla bulls. So if that volume can step into the downside here, right, kind of invalidate that February 28th, right, even that February 24th, if we can get that crazy strength, right, then this thing can get really interesting and it moves really quickly towards that 800 mark, right? Not exactly the hugest of volume profiles here last couple days, right? Big, but not insane. So those gains could get given back really, really quickly. So definitely there is some room. Again, right, if we break down under, there's enough space here, right? We've got, especially that first level towards that 836. So we can afford to be patient waiting for that right risk reward profile to set up and making sure we get that perfect confirmation candle. Microsoft, not really one I'm too interested in here today. Again, it continues to sort of consolidate within this range. Needs to break out over that 301 area, right, or under this 291.20 zone. If we can break down under 291.20, right, we've got a lot of room down, say, towards that 280. If we can't, right, fine, it's going to consolidate, no big deal. Up and over this 301, we've got a little bit of room towards that 303, 305, right, 307. Those kind of areas we start to sort of stack up. But the main concern here, right, with this Microsoft is that it's really struggling at this 300 mark, right? Can't seem to give us that breakout, can't seem to give us that momentum, can't seem to give us that sign of strength up and over. And as long as it's struggling to do that, right, it's hard to have conviction in any real bullish thesis. So we've seen a lot of rejections. We've seen a lot of attempts to get there, right? We've seen that sort of lack of strength after what appeared to be a big sign of strength. So for now, right, need to be relatively patient. Like always, we're going to have a few other outlier names that give us a look, right? NVIDIA, maybe not so much here today, but something like this AMD, especially if things kind of flip to the downside, could be interesting, right? Bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume, definitely creating a little bit of sign of strength where there could be some momentum. Now, I'm not sure if it's perfect. I'm not sure if I'm really ready to jump into this yet, but there's at least something here. Again, right, the problem today, right, problem we've had so far this week is we're getting just consolidation, right? These conditions are okay, but they're not perfect. So let's be disciplined. Let's be patient. Let's make sure that we're not over trading and we're not forcing action inside, right? Inside these ranges. As long as things are range bound, we're not going to get really clean breakouts. We're not going to get clean follow through, right? We're not going to get those things. So let's not assume that that market's going to give us that action until proven otherwise, right? We don't need to front run things. We don't need to be first. We just need to be correct. So let's be patient. Let's be disciplined. Let's make sure that whatever we're going after here today, it's the right thing. We're not forcing plays. We're not making bad decisions. And we're not trading like we need to retire tomorrow, right? So good account management, good risk management, and everything else will take care of itself. So that's pretty much today's game plan. We'll see how sort of this morning shapes up. We have about 5 minutes or so until market opens. So I'm going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee and then just spend a minute or two visualizing a successful trading day. If you're new here, right, please say hello, introduce yourself. The more people that we can get in here, the better, the more we can hopefully help. But otherwise, guys, right, let's have ourselves a really strong day. If you could please like this video, right, share with your friends. This is DTR Wednesday, so this is public here for everyone. The more people that like, right, the more people we'll see. Just helps out the YouTube algorithm and hopefully help me get my message out to as many traders as possible. So let's bank here today, guys. Let's have ourselves a big day, and be back in a minute or two. All right, everybody. So let's get ready here for market open, right? We got 2 minutes or so until this day kind of kicks off, and let's see what happens, right? Make sure you're not too far behind on the stream, right? Make sure you got your execution software up and you're ready to crush it. Let's be patient, disciplined traders here, guys, right? We're not going to overtrade. We're not going to force plays. We're not going to make any dumb decisions. So let's have ourselves a strong day. No compromises here today, right? Every time we compromise a decision, right? Every time we make a compromise on our risk management, that just makes it easier to make that decision again and again and again, right? So we need to reinforce good habits. We need to continue making good decisions, and those gains compound, right? So much faster than you'd ever expect. So let's be disciplined. Let's be focused. Let's make sure we're not making any dumb decisions, and then everything else will take care of itself. We have a little bit of a challenging market here this morning, right? Where things are opening up in the middle of these ranges, where they're not necessarily giving us much confidence that we're going to get a ton of follow through, at least off this opening bell. So that means we need to be patient. That means we need to be disciplined. That means we don't need to be in a rush to let this market take our money, right? We don't need to overtrade. We don't need to do all those sort of things. We need to make 1 or 2 good decisions here, right? If you're bored, let's have some fun in the chat, right? Ask questions, try to learn something, right? The only way, there's only one way to lose money in this game, and that's from making bad decisions, right? From making bad risk management decisions, from overtrading, from doing all those sort of things. So let's avoid those sort of mistakes that we can, right? Let's be proactive, not reactive with our decision making here today, and then everything else will take care of itself, right? We don't need to overtrade. We don't need to force decisions. When we get our A+ setups, we make money. When we don't, we lose money. So all we have to do is wait for A+, right? We're traders. We don't get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time, we get paid for our decisions. So instead of thinking, oh man, I worked 8 hours today, it's, oh man, I made 8 good decisions today, right? Sometimes not taking a trade is a good decision. So let's make sure that that's what our focus is. Let's make sure that that's what our priority is. And then everything else, guys, will take care of itself, right? Let's have ourselves a strong day. Let's have a ton of fun. And let's get absolutely ready to crush it. We got about 30 seconds here to market open, and we'll see how this day sort of shapes up from here. But really the only thing that's catching my eye here or looks immediately obvious or immediately tradable this morning is this AMD. AMD is giving us that sort of best sign here to the downside, giving us that sort of increasing outlier volume. So this is showing us that sort of most relative strength. We'll see how this market wants to behave. We'll see where this sort of narrative steps in. But this could be sort of what we're looking at here at some point. So let's see how this market shapes up. Let's see how this open comes together. And like I said, guys, right, let's not overtrade. Let's not force decisions. Let's make sure that we are being disciplined, good traders here today. My name is Michael, right? I've been trading for over 8 years now. Started as an institutional trader. Now I trade my own money and teach people how to trade. I'm here to help you guys, right? I'm a trader first, marketer second. I do run a room, right? But that's secondary to sort of what I do as a trader. If you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. Ask away. I am here to help you learn as much as possible today. And hopefully by learning as much as possible, help you make as much as possible. There's a lot of nasty, bad habits that people have learned sort of over the last, say, 2 years or so. And hopefully I can help you correct some of those bad habits. So let's crush it here today. Let's see how this day shapes up. But for now, right, we're not chasing any of this action until things look absolutely perfect. So not bad here from Apple, right? A little bit of a fake out, or at least seeing a little bit of early selling pressure. If we get that momentum here to the downside, right, probably going to be that AMD that shows us, or we want to show us that most relative strength, right? High increasing volume, right? Bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume, right? It's a good sign of strength here to the downside. Compared to some of these other names, right, that's a good sign of relative strength. Now, maybe not perfect, but it's showing us relative strength compared to some of those other names. BA as well, right? But now gapping up a little bit more than we'd like, and maybe not the strongest of candles there, right? Just a little bit more looking like this, least bearish at the bottom, right? Where there's a little bit more of a wick, where that skews our risk-reward ratios or skews our opportunity to get sort of clean risk-reward ratios. Opening 30 min today is not really going to be the most telling of price action days, right? Powell speaks here at 10. So the expectation is that a lot of market participants could be waiting for that. What I would expect to see here in this, say, next 28 minutes or so, 27 and a half minutes, is that we get kind of some positioning for that news event, right? So if we are going to be trading here, guys, we're going to be adopting a very quick mindset on scalping these plays, right? We don't need to be aggressive. We kind of need to have ourselves a clock, right? So we also want to trade this opening 30 min like we would trade that closing 30 min of the day, right? Almost that same sort of logic where we don't want to have any positions open into Powell's speech, right? We're anticipating those algos to get turned on, to start acting a little bit crazy. And I don't need that extra headache, right, just to start the day. Life's hard enough as is. We don't need to make it harder for ourselves by putting ourselves in situations where we don't have a chance to succeed. So I'm not sure if this AMD is going to get there on volume, and not sure if it's going to get there as a candle. That complicates things here for me a little bit. Tesla showing a decent sign of or decent volume, right? But maybe not the strongest of candles. Again, I don't know if I want to chase up towards that 890. It's a little bit scary, right? We have rejections here already, right? And I don't know if I want to trust a move towards that zone here. I'm not sure if it's going to close with that full body, full volume candle either. So we don't have really that trigger up towards those high of days. Okay, let's watch AMD here, see if this volume can step in. Amazon's interesting. Just at the psych level too. Disappointing volume from AMD, right? Not A+, not increasing volume. What we care about here, right, is that this volume profile, we just need to be bigger, right? If we're saying that we're building momentum here to the downside, we're building strength to the downside, we should clearly visibly see that, right? It's a very easy standard for us to agree to, right? And so if we have decreasing daily volume or decreasing volume compared to the previous bar, it's impossible for us to say that we've got increasing momentum here to the downside. So that's why people get trapped chasing this volume bar, and they're probably getting stopped out, right? 50 cents in 15 seconds. So I would say kind of disappointing opening 5 min vol. In general, I would say fairly disappointing opening 5 min volume. Even some of those names where we look at some of that outlier strength, right? Stuff like AMD and NVIDIA in general, right, tend to give us really big opens. So just go session breaks. I talk about this all the time with my members, right? But opening 5 min there yesterday, well increasing volume. Opening 5 min 2 days ago, right? Well increasing volume, right? Consistently get that increasing volume profile off that opening 5 min. And when those names that you're expecting to be busy aren't busy or aren't showing you that volume profile that you normally expect, maybe that's your warning sign that this is a market that's waiting for something. Now, we know what that something is, right? Powell speaks here in 24 minutes, right? So maybe this is 100% our clue that this is just going to be a choppy, slow environment until he does. If something sets up, right, we'll chase after it. But our objective is to avoid these kind of BS head fakes, right? There's no value there. There is no strength. There is no momentum that we can kind of gain from this, right? There's nothing that is worth trading when we see a signal like this. So for now, we need to remain patient and a little bit skeptical of what we're seeing, right? We don't have any A+ setups or particularly convinced by anything here yet. So need to remain patient. Maybe we can get a look on the 15 min timeframes, right? Reduce some of that signal noise on these confirmation signals and then see if we can get a little bit of follow through. But it's a little bit... this is like a nasty red to green reversal on what looks to be very thin volume, right? So again, this is a little bit of a chop fest or maybe a little bit of a market that we don't want to get into. So let's remain patient, right? We're not getting that A+ signal. We're not getting that reason to jump in. And we're getting a little bit of a divergence between some of these names. So unfortunately, right, this is a day where we need to remain cautious and not overtrade. Doesn't mean we won't get entries here, right? Just means we need to apply a stricter standard to what we go after. So 15 min time frame, right, is what we'll be looking at here now across the board. If we can get those reversals, if we get that outlier full body volume on the 15s, right, we're going to have a chance at something. But I'm not here to rush, right? I'm not here to try to find something for the sake of finding something. Let's make sure that whatever we go after, whatever we pursue here this morning, right, is simply perfect. All right, so getting my first glance here at some of the prepared testimony that Powell's going to say to the U.S. Senate. So headline stuff here, right? He expects that it'll be appropriate to raise interest rates in March, that the impact of the Russian invasion on the Ukraine is highly uncertain, that making appropriate monetary policy will continue to evolve, right? So he's got multiple tools he'll still be able to use. That they want to be nimble in responding to the incoming data. So I think that means he's probably going to be sizing down his rate hikes, right? Not going big chunks at a time, give himself an opportunity to do more of less, right? But smaller chunks. That they're going to continue reducing balance sheet reduction after, right, the raising of interest rates. Supply chain disruptions have been larger and longer than anticipated. He's going to keep going on about that. Fed's going to use policy tools to prevent higher inflation becoming entrenched. So they're going to go maybe a little bit aggressive to try to knock things down and then slow things back up. And then he's happy that the labor market is extremely tight and wages are rising at the fastest pace in many years. So every time he says something about wanting to raise rates, right, he combats it next statement with a natural economic benefit already that's going to knock down inflation. That seems to be the case here, or seems to be what he might be implying. So that's interesting, right? That certainly makes things interesting here for us. Good volume on this 935. Bad candle though, right? Bad candle. So again, we're looking at this 15-minute time frame here now, right? AMD could give us a look. Still nothing to overtrade, right? Nothing that's given us a setup, nothing that's given us an opportunity. So we need to remain patient, right? We're basically getting dojis across the board or very wiki action across the board. Doesn't really give me much motivation to want to chase after this. Roku looks interesting here, right? This is starting to kind of bleed a little bit. Might have some room down, right? Imagine Netflix is giving us a similar look. Yeah, I mean, Tesla's pretty much untradeable here. Microsoft's untradeable. NVIDIA probably not going to get that volume profile we're looking for, right? We need to see this thing break out over that 238.50. Maybe more, but we need more volume, right? I don't know if we're going to get there in 2.5 minutes. AMD will be the play, right? If we get that volume to step in, can go engulfing, right? If you're going to look at it, that'd be the move towards that like 118, right? That kind of target, that would be interesting. Roku, I'm not sure if it's going to be in play, simply because I don't know about the option volume, right? Option volume might not be there. So yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the 130s, right, have like a 10% spread and not enough volume, right? Like I mean, I see 5 to 10% spread. It's bouncing around a little bit. So that for me is too much. I can't chase that. That's too much. So instead, I'm going to focus on this AMD. AMD is definitely going to be an interesting look here towards that upper Bollinger Band. So I'm going to keep an eye on these contracts, start to set things up here. We got a minute or so before we get a signal, right? Let's see how this candle closes. And then we're going to have a shot potentially. But something like this AMD, right, could be interesting. Probably be looking at 120 calls, right? Probably the 120 calls. So not an entry here yet, right? Not chasing after this yet. Just getting things set up. So what we're going to look for here, right? Wait for this candle to close. get a little pullback, right? Let this next entry candle go red, right? Is what we want to see, right? Good increasing volume on this 5-minute candle, right? Full body strength, hopefully. And then we're going to have a shot, right? But we need to see this thing pull back here after this close for a logical area for a stop loss, right? We need to see price get defended before we chase this thing up and over. If it's not defended, we don't have a logical area for a stop loss and we can't chase after it. So we're looking for an entry right above that 116.70 area, but we don't have a logical area for a stop loss here yet. So this is no setup here for me, or no confirmation here for me, right, to chase after this. We need to see this candle go red first. Need to see this candle go red. If it breaks out, it breaks out. I'm not chasing. Right? We need to see it do what it's doing here on QQQ, right? That's what we want to see. Okay, almost. So still hasn't given us that little pullback, right? We haven't seen that little red. So it's tough for me to chase this. Again, guys, right? No pullback here yet. Yeah, so good question here, Ben. Right? QQQ is interesting, but what scares me here is this 15-min time frame, right? So on this 15-min, not that increasing volume. So the reason we're filtering to this AMD here, right, is that increasing daily volume, or that increasing 15-min volume. There's that pullback, right? We finally got that little pullback we're waiting for. Right, there it goes red, right? So now we have a logical area for a stop loss. So we can figure out our risk reward calculation here now. Right, we think we've got room up towards that. Right, so we got 65 cents for $2. It's a great risk reward calculation. All right, guys, I'll be looking at AMD 120 calls over 116.75, 2/3 position sizing here. Okay, watch closely here, right? Watch closely. Still not in, still not in. All right, guys, I am in 132.9, 132.9 average price. Let's see if this thing can give us some immediate follow through here, right? Nice little pop. Let's go. So still in here, right? Still in here. It's being a little bit of a nuisance, this play, though, right? It's struggling a little bit. So let's be careful, right? Let's be careful. I am in AMD calls here, Sheeran. But they are struggling here a little bit. So might get stopped out in a sec. All right, guys. I'm going to stop myself out here. All right, I'm out. So let's be a little bit cautious here, guys, right? Let's be a little bit cautious. 0 for 1 to start the day, right? Not fantastic, but I didn't take too bad of a lick there, right? Not the end of the world. Things are really selling off here, but we're not getting clean looks. That's the frustrating part. So for now, right, not much that's given us a look. This AMD could flip its hips and give us a shout to the downside here, right? After faking us out here on that higher high. Could be in play. Not going to be jumping in it quite yet, right? Still want more information. Powell will start speaking here relatively soon. I imagine there's a little bit of chaos. Nothing too insane. This Roku continues to show really good signs of weakness. That spread was just so scary last time. What's wrong? Relax, Ricky. Relax. I mean, it's better. Those 130s definitely look better. So just a lot of indecision, right, by the looks of it. Just a lot of indecision across the board here. Yeah. I mean, I'm down 1%, Swanee, so I'm down like 7.3. This Roku's catching my eye. Just mapping this out. Not quite ready to jump in yet. So I am interested in this Roku, guys. I am interested in this Roku. Okay, so if we can get a breakdown here under 129, I will look to get in. And I'm going to be looking at 130 puts here. 130 puts. So half size play here, guys, right? Half size play here under this 129. So still interested in Roku, right? Still interested in Roku, half size. Under this 129. So it's a BB band breakout here, Sharon. Right? So breaking out of really tight bands, right? Breaking out of consolidation. So tight bands, breakdown, expecting follow through down towards sort of these previous lows. Hopefully that makes sense. So if those bands were fat, like if they were opening up like this, right? This is what they were coming from yesterday, then I'd agree with you, right? But tight bands, consolidation, breakout, awesome. But if we're doing it from they were like this in this spot here, then no real interest. I mean, markets seem to be flipping here, right? So I think we're in okay shape here with this Roku. Not in the trade here yet. Waiting for a breakdown under 129. Have not gotten that confirmation trigger here yet. We are seeing that weakness though, right? Starting to bend over a little bit for us. So let's see if we can now get this thing to break down. Right, just look the strongest here on the 30 min. Giving us a lot of looks here. So if we can get this follow through. Like I said, guys, under 129 half size. 130 puts. Let's watch, right? Netflix making lower lows. A bunch of tech making lower lows. Let's see if Roku's next here. Yeah, it did get a little bit big there all of a sudden. 35 cents. If it stays at that 15 cents, right, then it's interesting. If it gets bigger, it gets scary. Right now, it's 5 cents, right? So that's interesting to me. Yeah, but when it pulls back, right, it does seem to come back in a little bit to real life. Everything's making lower lows except Roku as well. It's kind of funny. So still interested, guys, right? Still interested. Yeah, well, I'm not super convinced by too much here. Roku's starting to break, but that spread's getting bigger. That's scary. Spread's 50 cents now, right? That's a bit much. Needs to break low a day before it becomes interesting, right? So you want to see low of day break, hold, and then you could have a look. Otherwise, just looks like we're finding dip support here, right? Call this like almost a trend line. So still, man. Spread's just too big, right? Spread's too big. If you get a little pullback and that spread tightens up, I'll jump in. But at the moment, spread's too big. Nvidia to the downside could be in play here. Right, good increasing volume, making lower lows. Right, targeting bottom band, so that 230 area. This could be interesting. Roku tightening up here on the spreads. Good luck, Sheeran. Good luck, man. Good luck. I didn't go after it because spread was just too big. We'll be looking at Nvidia here, though, right? This has got 35 seconds. This looks interesting to me as well. I can't spell. Yeah, that's the only thing, right? Everything else looked good, but the spread just was not perfect. Okay, we'll be looking at this Roku, or sorry, not this Roku, at this Nvidia here, right? We'll be looking at this Nvidia here. Let's see if this thing can give us a little pullback and then breakdown. Okay, so there's our pullback, right? There's our pullback. We'll be looking for entries under that 234. We don't know position sizing for this yet. Thank you very much. He's always late. It's crazy. So Nvidia probably risk reward failure here now. Yeah, well, not quite, but we'll be in a sec. Yeah, okay, fair enough. His remarks came out already, so there's not much that could be said. So, gonna wait on this Nvidia, right? We need tighter risk reward. Meanwhile, Roku, let's go, Sheeran. Nice work, man. Nice work. Let's go, man. Let's go. You got room down, right? You definitely have some room down, but don't get greedy. 30%, huge play. So good job, man. Man, spying QQQ looked tempting here. QQQ, right? Breakdown, high volume breakdown, full body. Consolidation, catch its breath. Consolidation, catch its breath. Now if you make a lower low, does it have room down? Right? SPY gave you that inside bar. Let's go, man. Love that. Love that. Right, really important, guys, to note. Now, I'm red here on the day. Unfortunately, right sucks. But that's okay, right? It's part of the game. We're going to have losing days. We're going to have losing trades. You just got to let yourself not lose more than you're comfortable with, right? Your decision, how big you size your play. So even though I say 2/3 sizing, even though I say half sizing, man, do your own math, right? Figure out your own position sizing. Figure out what you're comfortable with. You got to be defining your risk before you enter. I can't define the risk for everyone. I can't do that, right? Guys can't put that on me. So please make things your own. Please, right? Learn how to size positions that matches your personality, right? And then there's always a way to make money. But if you're trying to copy me every single second of the day, you're trying to be exactly like me, you're never going to be. So you got to make it yourself, right? You think differently than I do. I think differently than you do. So you got to build your system, right, to suit you. Now, there's core principles that you can focus on, right, and build your system around. But your position sizing, right, that emotion that you feel when you put on a trade is 100% up to you, right? You make that decision before you enter. Now, if you get lured into a trade because I'm getting into it, and you don't make that decision to catch your breath and think about your position sizing, then you're not giving yourself a chance to be profitable, right? You're treating this like a lottery ticket, not like an educational service, and you're never going to get anything out of it. So I beg you, right? I implore you all to think about your position sizing as the number one thing, right? Get comfortable mastering that. Get comfortable figuring out how you want to do that. And don't rely on what I'm comfortable with, right? Because what I'm comfortable with might be completely different than what you're comfortable with. And we all have different numbers, different levels, right? Different account sizes, and we all break at different points. So don't let my breaking point be your breaking point, right? Be an independent thinker. Size your positions yourself, right? You're responsible for your own decisions. So please act responsibly. Right? If you're able to manage your position sizing, if you're able to control your emotions in that proactive way, it only takes 51% win rate to be a profitable trader, right? You're going to have losing days. You're going to have losing weeks. You're going to have losing sessions, right? But that's just variance, right? Variance comes and goes, but your risk management helps you trade forever. So please do not compromise on those things. It's the most important thing you can learn here or any other room, right? If all you do here is learn how to manage positions and then you go to someone else for ideas, awesome. I really don't care, right? But if you try to go here and you try to just chase everything and to go after every play, you don't stand a chance. There's no future for you as a trader. You're going to blow up. You're going to lose everything. So please, guys, I'm begging you, right? Your position sizing, these are things that you can control. It's a proactive, not reactive decision. So please be proactive. If you can, you'll be on vacation banking, right? If you're not, then it's always going to feel impossible. It's always going to feel XYZ. And that's the emotions we would like to avoid. So last year, my win percentage, not including scratch trades. So scratch trades are anything that's plus or minus $100. I was 74, I think 0.6% win rate on my trades last year. So all of 2021. Damn, Sheeran, you must be banking here, man. Let's go. So some of these might give us a look on these 15 mins, right? We can get like a low vol pullback, something along those lines, right? Could give us a look. Tesla might give us that sympathy play here, right? It's going to have some room down towards that 366, it looks like. Maybe 370 would be reasonable expectation of a first resistance. Tesla looks like it might want to break down under this 850. Kind of feeling like a bit flaggy, right? Maybe a bit bear flaggy here. So Tesla, we need to see this thing hold, right? 15-minute time frame. If it can hold, increasing volume, we'll have a look. Man, SPY is really tempting here. Yeah, that's fair. Congress people are dumb. They're not going to ask anything right. We're still going to wait, guys. We're still going to wait, right? Just because things aren't moving doesn't mean we're going to get suckered into chasing it. We need to wait for things to give us exactly the look we're looking for, right? There's zero compromises, right? We cannot just chase after this shit and get head faked. It's not fun. It's not worth it. It's not worth the stress. Any ex like Marines or anyone here that has Army experience, military experience in the States? So, Jamie, thank you for your service, first of all. Much appreciated. Yeah. I mean, that's what what looked like it was implied. So how does it when you're in active service, Jamie? Nice, nice. That's awesome. Um, is your like how long do you is like your contract for? Is it like 10 years? Because I only ask this, and I want to be careful how I say this. So it is a sensitive topic. But there's a trader who's like maybe 21, 22, 23, something along those lines, who's like pretending to be a U.S. Marine and like all over their profile and stuff like that. And it doesn't seem like they're actually deployed or they've ever seen combat. Like I'm wondering if you could maybe highlight like what you would look for. So if you think someone was like stealing valor, right? What would be like that warning sign to you? Man, those are quite the reversals there. No, it's just in their bio, they're like USMC, right? Which I'm 100. It has to be U.S. Marine Corps, right? And like their like profile picture is like just posing with a gun, right? Like no uniform, tactical vest, but like no indication of it being yeah. So is there a way of like outing these people? Because like, man, that's so scummy. Like that bothers me so much. And like they have a big following. I'm saying big. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's yeah, it just feels super scummy. I don't know. Can you send me are you on Twitter? I'm not sure if you follow me on Twitter, but could you send me a DM at DTR_trading? I can maybe get your opinion. I'll make it worth your time. Don't worry. Thank you very much, Jamie. Much appreciated. So for now, right, we're not getting much L-setting up here, guys. Perfect. I'll get back to you in a second here, Jamie. Thank you. Let's watch how this thing closes, right? Apple could be in play. So this would be interesting if this can give us that full body close here on the 15, right? Want to see this fill out at least above that 165. That's going to be important. We have a decent amount of room up, right, towards, say, this 166.50. But let's not get too carried away. Let's get that 160, let's get that 165 close. Apologies. And then we can kind of get a run from there. Talked about, right? Want that 165 close at least on this Apple. Come back to it in a second. QQQ looks interesting, right? High volume rejection here, inside bar, breakdown. If we can get a move under, say, this like 342.20 area, right? Break and hold on increasing volume, preferably bigger volume than this 1035, right? We could have a lot of room down, say, towards that 340 zone. This could be in play. Not ready for it yet, though, right? Still want to see a bit more information before I jump into this, but good volume pace so far. Apple again feels really tempting here, right? Hammer bounce engulfing on volume, not quite outlier volume. It looks like it wants to give us that breakout up and over here eventually. If we can get that right risk reward profile, still could be interesting. Got room up, right? That's the thing. It does have space up here, so we can afford to be a little bit patient. Realistically, right, let's say 166.20 gives us $1 away. Right, so it does give us some flexibility. So I need more volume here on this Tesla, right? Can't chase this down yet. Not good enough volume. So 30 mid candle, right? Maybe we'll have a look. Probably not going to get there. QQQ might give us a reversion sign here on the 30. That could be really interesting. Yeah, we might have a look here. Okay, QQQ looks really interesting here, guys, right? Looks really interesting. All right, let's see if this thing can break down. Be looking for a move under this 341.72. March 4th puts. March 4th puts. Sorry, 41. 341.72. Probably looking at 235 puts. Maybe not now. Still in play. Still getting 3-1. Think so? Not sure. Not sure if I'm going to put too much stock into it on a 5-minute time frame, right? Just kind of consolidation here intraday. So I'm looking for a high volume breakdown, right, towards that low of day. May get a risk reward failure here though, right? We need the stop to be under 75 cents. So yeah, in general, B-Steg, I don't put too much stock into 5-minute patterns or whatever. They're just signal noise in my opinion. I do all my analysis on the daily time frame. So if that was the case on the daily, I'm there with you. I'd want to avoid it. But on these short-term time frames, it's just signal noise. So I try not to get too attached. Okay, well, that's a risk reward failure. Good times. So no chasing this anyway, right? No chasing this anyway. So ridiculously choppy. It's exhausting. Oh my gosh. Okay. See if this is still in play here on this inside bar breakdown. Nope. Nvidia's tempting, right, on this inside bar breakdown. So looking at approximately a 10% stop loss here on Nvidia. Feels like it's probably going to reverse though, right? I'm going to take a stab here, right? I am going to take a stab. Okay, watching closely. What's he saying, Zach? What's he saying? Oh, whoa. Traps. Interesting. Yeah, not touching this now. What did he say? Ah, okay, interesting. This sucks. Just like an absolute chop fest. So frustrating. Fuck. Sorry, guys. I was muted by accident there. I'm going to look to take some off at 295 if we can get there here on the SPY. Right, we are in great shape so far. So let's see if this thing can keep going. But no complaints, right? See if this thing can keep going. So, at least in my opinion, with this Neo, right, the big issue here with it, so that's at the bottom of its range, right? So you're looking for something that has a more convincing sort of bounce, right, or some sort of more convincing indication. Yeah, you're getting a hammer candle, right? Yeah, increasing volume, but you want to see this be bigger, right? You want to see this be more of an outlier than what it is currently. At the moment, it's just not enough relative strength for you to have much conviction that it can give you that big move that you're looking for. Unlucky. I mean, this could theoretically potentially give us another chance here for an entry if you missed it. But you want to see a breakout over that 437 and make sure that risk reward is still reasonable, right? So as long as that risk reward is still 2 to 1 or better, so I'm not sure if you're going to get that 2 to 1 here. Not quite. So hard to justify a re-entry if it makes higher highs. Good eye, Zach. Good eye. Oh, shit, guys. I'm sorry. Apologies if I was. So I'm in 267, right? 267 on those SPY 440 calls. Apologies for that, everyone. Apologies. So Apple maybe wait for this 15 min time frame. I have not taken any off. I'm in at 267. My take profit target is 295 on my first chunk if I can get there. We'll see if it has the legs. Okay, so it's starting to show some legs here, right? Starting to show us some legs. See if we can give us that follow through and pop towards those 290s. If we can, right, that'll be the spot to take some off. Apple, right, definitely going. Wait to see this 15-minute candle close. If we can give you that look, then you're going to have a chance, right? Full body, be targeting kind of that upper BB band or, sorry, not upper BB band, sorry, upper wick. You're above this BB band or sort of this 167 target. SPY's in good shape here, though, right? SPY's in good shape. Let's see if we can keep getting some follow through. Apologies, guys. Apologies. I did put it in the Discord, so hopefully a few of you guys caught that alert. But yeah, apologies for not calling it out or for being on mute. Not my intention. So let's see if this thing can keep giving us a little bit of follow through here. But yeah, once we get towards those 290s, right? 295 is my target. I'm going to take 1/4 of my position off at that area. So let's see if it has the legs, right? See if it has the legs. Still in this, right? I'm kind of tempted to put my stop loss at like 270. Just make sure I'm kind of protecting myself here a little bit. So I'm probably going to do that here now and just kind of make sure that I have a little bit of a bracket order. Still try and take some off at this 295, but I don't want to let this play go red if it doesn't get there. Sorry, Ricky. All right, buddy. Come on, give us some follow through here, Spy. Be nice to us. Still in, still in. Still in here, guys, right? Still in, still in. What's up, Ricky? What's up? Still in, right? Still in. How are you this crazy? Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. Still in here, guys, right? Still in. I will stop myself out if we get a close under my entry. So still in, right? Still in here. I'm waiting to see if this thing closes under entry. If it does, that'll be my stop out. So still in, still in. Zach, just reading your comment back here. I'm never gonna give my sign off for a trade. Just want to be very, very clear about that. Not here to tell you what to do, right? And I hope you can understand, right? I can't be in that position. So I'm only here to show you what I do, right? And to give you my opinion, but I can't ever give you the sign off on when to take a risk, right? That it makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. So ultimately, right, that's a decision you have to make yourself. Right, I'll do my best to answer all your questions. But if your question is, do you like this for me or do you approve this for me? I cannot answer those questions. So let's see if this old spider wants to give us some love here. Right, let's see if it wants to give us some love. 275 on the ask. Let's see if it can go. Still trying to take some off at that 290, but being real, real sticky. Okay, watch closely here, guys. I'm going to try to take some off at 295 again, right? 295 is the target. 287, 288 on the ask. So we're close. We're creeping up there. Let's see if we can get that fill. There we go, guys. Took some off there at that 295. Let's go, finally, right? Let's go. Stop loss on my remainder, 270. 270 now. That's a firm stop loss, locked in profit. Making sure whatever happens here, I finish green. Took off 1/4 there, guys, at that 295. Let's go. See if this thing can keep giving us some follow through and turn this into a nice day. Right, next chunk I'm going to try to take off. If we can make a touch towards that 438 area, that would be sort of perfect if we can get there. But not being too aggressive here, not being too assertive, not letting it give back anything, right? So stop loss 270. Took my first take profit there at that 295. Let's see if this thing can go. Sorry if you guys can hear my dog breathing maybe. He's being demanding my attention and cuddling me up very nicely. Here it goes, right? Starting to pop off on us, guys. Here it goes. We're going to try to take some off on the way up here, right? Take a little bit more off. I'm going to be left with about half of my position here. I'm taking some off at this 315, right? Taking some off at this 315. There we go, everyone, right? There we go. Let's go, right? Let's go. Stop loss now on my remainder, $3. And let's see if this thing can keep running up. But we are in great shape here all of a sudden, right? Fantastic patience. Hopefully a few of you guys saw that alert in the Discord and jumped in as well. But great trade here, right? Great trade, everyone. Congratulations. Let's go. In at 266, current price 330. Let's go, everyone. Stop loss on my remainder is $3 here, Ben. Stop loss on my remainder is $3. So I'm going to look to take a little bit more off here in a sec, guys, right? Another half of my half, right? So I have 1/4 of my original position left. And I'm going to take that off here in a second at this 330. So I'm just locking in a little bit of a win. There we go. 335 execution price. 335 execution price. I now have 1/4 of my original position. Stop loss on this is going to be 325. And let's see if this thing can keep running. But we've got nothing else to do besides watch this play. Now green on the day. Let's see if this thing can keep rocking and rolling for us. But that patience paid off. Good job, everybody. Stop loss. I'm going to go 320. 320. Slightly more logical. Anyone else catch this? All right, might get stopped out here in a sec, guys. Right, might get stopped out here in a sec. There we go. I am out. Quick little scalp there. Well, not quick little scalp, but nice little scalp there on that SPY. Right, I am green on the day. Not a massive green day, up 0.36%. But really, really nice play, guys. Really, really nice play. Good job to everyone who caught that. Let's go. Let's go. Nice work. Yeah, so I mean, Liquid, I mean, I try to trade like this every day, right? I don't know how long you've been following us for here now. I don't know how long you've been in your free trial, but yeah, we trade like this every single day, right? Sometimes we've got up, sometimes we got down, but as long as our risk management is good, as long as our position sizing is okay, right, we can survive those ups and downs and then take advantage of those green plays when they come. So really happy that you caught that. Congratulations. And we'd love to have you a full-time member if you ever want to join. So how did everyone's trading morning go? We're 1 for 2 here in the room. Hopefully a bunch of you guys have learned a ton here. For those of you who want to trade like this full time, right? Hopefully smoother or more action most of the time, but a little bit challenging here at the moment. You can start your free 7-day trial at dtrtrading.com. And then for those of you who are very motivated and up for a challenge, I'm offering a 90 day guarantee if I can't turn you into a profitable trader in 90 days or less. So if you're ever interested in joining and you want to join that program, hit me up and I'll send you the details of that. But like I said, it's a 90-day guarantee that I can turn you into a profitable trader. So that exists for everyone. And for those of you who are interested, send me a DM and I can give you all that information. Yeah, fire away, Caesar. How can I help? Yeah, great question, Caesar. So I'm a Canadian too, actually, right? So I'm based in Canada. I personally use interactive brokers. So for me, that's sort of the number I go for, or sorry, the platform I use. I find it really incredible. It gives me everything I need. The charting software kind of sucks, but I use TradingView for my charting software, so not really too much of a pain point. And then for how much you need to start operating with options, I mean that's a different question for everyone. So I would like to be cautious, right, giving you a number. But in general, right, if you're trading, like I probably realistically want like a couple K, right, like $1,000 or $2,000, and then you kind of have an opportunity to at least be able to trade your position sizing correctly. So that really would be where the restriction is. Just making sure that you can actually afford a couple contracts, right, where if you take a loss, it doesn't blow up your account. So that would be sort of my recommendation, and that number is different for everyone. Everyone has different tolerances of risk, but personally, if I were to say start from scratch, I would be looking to hopefully start with like, yeah, 1 or 2K, And as long as I was patient, and that would be enough. But it's not going to be like, it's not going to turn you into a millionaire trader overnight, right? The objective is to double our account sort of every 70 days or so. And if you're able to do that, then things will compound. But when you're starting off small and you have a smaller account, right, it's hard to get that snowball going a little bit. So the more flexibility, the more leeway you have, right, you give yourself more of a chance. But I'd say as a bare minimum, yeah, you're probably looking, you want 5 figures. Yeah. So in general, great question, Liquid. I wouldn't enter on a back test here, right? Because, yeah, interactive broker is correct. I wouldn't enter on a back test here because that strength that I had got invalidated, right? So the strength or that momentum that we had kind of got invalidated here, right? Lower low, not exactly what we're looking for. But if we get that momentum and we make higher highs and kind of reestablish those same confirmation criteria, I'll 100% look to re-enter, right? But at the moment, I wouldn't re-enter here. I would re-enter on another sign of strength. So for now, we don't have that. We have a relative sign of weakness, right? Decreasing volume, kind of a rejection candle at that 438.50, right? Inside bar, then selling off, making lower lows. So not the perfect sign of strength. Yeah, correct. $1,000 or $2,000 in interactive brokers. And I say those figures in USD because I trade USD securities. Right? And I'll say this as well, Caesar. Right? If you're under that number, right, it's better to say join a service and trade on sim for a month and like get yourself closer than it is to join a service and then try to like bump up your like $500 portfolio. So I'm a big believer in delayed gratification, and the market's always going to be here, right? It's never going away. So you're going to see more value in the long term or in the long run. Most people will, right? If the first month they join or the first, right, little bit that they join DTR, they spend time resetting some of their bad habits. And the best way to do that is in a simulator where you can make decisions without that emotional attachment, build that muscle memory, and then come in and continuously reinforce those good principles. So that would be, if I could recommend like a journey to everyone, right? Spend a month on sim, figure out how to size your positioning, figure out how to do all those sort of things. And then, right, it'll be, right, then you'll do a lot better, right? Or you have a lot stronger of a result with us. The delay should be about 3 seconds. So if you are longer than that, then I would recommend sort of refreshing your browser. You likely had some sort of buffering. What price or like what dollar figure? stopped out at one. Sorry. I just had a message pop up. Stopped out at 107 on those 120 calls for a loss of 7.3K. So for reference, I'm up 0.36%, 2.614K on the day. Yeah, I'm trading a little bit over almost 750K these days, my portfolio. Be a little bit higher, but I've taken some money out. But yeah, it's grown quite a lot. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, dude, I have no appetite. It sucks. Yeah, it sucks. So to this size is a lot faster than you think, actually. This has been from about, say, July to now. Started about 100K in July, like 101 something in July. So that's been pretty nuts. And then, yeah, before I started, I was trading, before I went into like portfolio grind or build mode, I was trading like 50K account and just like locking in or just paying myself every month. And then prior to that, I traded institutionally. So I like, yeah, when I quit my job, I had a nice little bonus pool I used to sort of fund my trading account. So I would be very interested in doing a small account challenge. That'd be a lot of fun. But you guys need to understand from my perspective, right? I don't want to limit my earning potential, right? So if the room got bigger, if I get the room to a point where I could supplement some of that income, where I'd be going, right? I'd be really... Yeah, so, I mean, Jamie, the size you're trading or the account you have, that's more than enough, right? What's important is to learn the right risk management skills to just allow that to kind of grind up for you like the numbers game, right? If you could double your 50K account twice in a year, you're absolutely laughing, right? Like that's an incredible result. But your objective is to sort of make sure you're only risking, what you can lose and keeping that in numbers game, right? Second that deteriorates, or the second you sort of compromise that, you start to screw yourself over. So yeah, but Ben, at some point I'd really like to do maybe like a 10K to 100K challenge, something like that. I think that would be a lot of fun. But I'd be very honest with you, I'm not going to do it if it like, there's no point me grinding for a year to make less money to make you guys happier, right? I can't make that decision on a personal level, right? Like that's not a fair ask. So if I can get the room bigger, if I can get it to like a a number where I could do that, I'd be super interested in doing a challenge along those lines. And I think that'd be really fun. But I have to take care of myself too. In general, Jamie, best strategy, there's probably no such thing like that. There's no holy grail strategy. There's no one strategy that works better than the other. There's none of that kind of stuff. What there is that there's only one way to lose money, right? So it's all about learning how to avoid that, and then you'll find your edge, right? You'll figure out what strategy suits your personality most, or what suits your strategy, or what suits your personality best. And then you're going to have a really good time, right? Because you're trading what feels comfortable to you, right? There's so much survivorship bias in trading where if you're a profitable trader, if you're making money, that's like the only way to trade, right? And I strongly disagree with that sentiment. So it's all about making sure that your risk management is good, learning how to do that, learning those basics. And then you only need a 51% edge to make money. Yeah, it's a good question again, Ben. I don't have a number in my mind. I do have a concept in mind though, right? Where the room I think can only grow to the point where I can still deal with everyone, right? So if I see someone's question in the chat, I want to be able to answer it. So the point, at which point where I start exceeding that capability, then the room is too big. At that point, I no longer feel like I can give people the energy required. Yeah, I mean, if you're having to sleep during market hours, Jamie, right, this is not the time for you to trade. It's the time for you to educate yourself and to learn. Maybe trade on sim, but you don't need to risk your money right now, right? You don't need to you don't need to make those tough decisions, because you're constantly putting yourself into a situation where you're doing something unfamiliar in a foreign environment. So you're taking on extra risk, right? You're taking on more emotional stress when you're maybe not at your sharpest. So you're not giving yourself the best chance to succeed trying to trade under those kind of conditions. At the moment, Ben, my objective is like a classroom size, and then kind of go from there. In theory, yeah, in theory, but for me, I'd rather focus on quality, not quantity, right? So as long as I still feel comfortable that I can help people and give them that value, then I don't want to put an upper limit on myself, right? But if there gets to a point where I can't answer people's questions, I can't give you the effort that I think you deserve, then the room is too big. Yeah, so I'm pretty much just a scalper, right? So it's $449, Jamie. I think it equals out to about $150 a month compared to the $189 a month, I think it is at the moment. Liquid, I only play short-term calls. I mean, I don't do leaps in my long-term portfolio. None of that kind of stuff. I'm a scalper, right? I don't hold anything overnight, so I don't need anything other than weeklies. So the price, Jamie, it's a 90-day guarantee, but it's a 3-month program, right? So I'm asking people to commit to learning for 3 months. And if you do and you become a profitable trader, right, awesome. You did it because you committed to learning. And if I can't make you that in 90 days and you put in the effort, I'll give you your money back. It's that simple. But the biggest issue, or one of the biggest issues I see with people who I work with is they join, right? They sign up for a day. They see that first like AMD trade like we had this morning, right? We take a loss, we take an L, and then that's it, right? They go on to the next service or the next server or the next Discord or the next live stream because they're looking for that 100% hit rate, and that's not possible. Instead, you have to learn how to lose correctly and how to lose sort of the right way, and it takes time to do that. So if I'm going to give you my all to sort of help you achieve what you want, right, I need people to sort of give me that time frame as well where we can achieve those realistic goals. Look, I trade, right? It's just during the day, right? So 90% of my action occurs between sort of 9:30 Eastern and like 11:30 Eastern. I would say that's 90% of the action. And then it's really up to you, right? In general, so I have a Discord server. Bring it up here, people can see, right? And these are all the alerts, right? So I'll let you know when I'm looking at stuff, so that you know when to tune in, right? If you can't tune in all day, I get it, right? People have day jobs. That's what I do, right? This is my job. I'm a trader, so I spend all day watching. I spend all day looking. If I see something, I send out the alert, and then you can know when to tune in. But obviously, that's not perfect. There'll be some times where I can't fire it out, things along those lines. But for everything that occurs outside of the first 90 minutes, I can always get it done. Sometimes first 90 minutes of the day, things come together really quick. Just can't get that set up, but yeah, I would say if you could give that first 90 minutes of the day, you'll get 90% of the value, and you'll get 90% of 90% of the way there. So no, most of what trading is, right? It's a lot like being a soldier, where it's a lot of sitting around and then like 15, 20 minutes of intense action, right? Now, I've never served in combat, so apologies if I'm being too presumptuous. But that's what a lot of it is, right? So there'll be moments where there's really like kind of concentrated learning and concentrated opportunities to make money. But then sort of the other 5 hours of the day, right? 4.5 hours of the day, however long it is, it's just kind of just sitting around, right? So then in those time periods, if you have questions, right, we'll go over them live, right? We'll go over that kind of stuff. And that's where the value is. In general, my belief is that coaching outside of market hours can be not that beneficial. And the reason I say that, or the reason I phrase it that way, is because I'm never wrong in hindsight, right? So once market is closed, I can see everything exactly how it was, right? There's no uncertainty anymore. And so if you have questions, right, or you're struggling with something and you get it explained to you outside of market hours, it's super clear, it's super obvious. But the second you see it live, you don't recognize it anymore, right? Because it doesn't look the same, it doesn't behave the same way. So it's all about then, right, during the day, if you've got questions, I'm live, I'm here to help, I'm here to guide you through whatever. And hopefully along the way, right, you can see my trades, you can see what I do, right, profit from those ideas, and hopefully kind of compound all those things together to make yourself a complete trader. No worries. Send me a message, Caesar, if you have any questions. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Guys, I am gonna take off for lunch here though. Right now, time for a little break. So I'll be back around that 1:30 time frame here, like always. Yeah, here's the 90-day challenge, the traders challenge. So I'll be back for around that 1:30 time frame, like always. And guys, right over this lunchtime period, volume disappears. They just crush options, right? They just crush that decay. So let's not give anything away, right? Let's not force anything. Let's not do anything stupid, right? Over this time period, we don't have an expectation of there being anything here for us. Our next sort of window where we can kind of get a look is that power hour time frame, right? That sort of 3 o'clock, right? 2:30 to 4 o'clock time frame here this afternoon. So I'll be back around 1:30. We're going to replan our sort of afternoon, figure out what else is setting up, and then we can kind of go from there. So I'll be back about an hour and a half, and we'll see you guys then. So even though this alert triggered, right, would like to see this wait or hang out a little bit longer, right? So I'm not going to chase after this for now. If it can hold on maybe like the 30-minute time frame and really give me that outlier volume, I could be interested. But because this volume is so thin in this run-up, right, we don't have anything that's particularly showing us building momentum, right, within this context. I'm going to stay away until proven otherwise. So if this now over the next 25 minutes can close as sort of that outlier, right, breakout, then we have a chance, right? We're going to have a little bit of room up towards that 440. But if it doesn't want to give up, this is too like low of a base for us to work ourselves from, right? So that's the problem. That's what we're dealing with here. And need to make sure that we're not doing anything too aggressive or too silly, right? Chasing after some of this thin action. So for now, okay, 5-minute volume, but look at this trend right on the 5-minute time frame. It's such thin volume standard. It's hard to put too much stock into this. Even on the 15, right? This is such a thin volume profile. So I'm not chasing after this. There's no real desire for me on this for now. So I'll be back again, guys, right? Still like on this lunch. Be back around that 1:30, but just wanted to quickly just jump in and say this is not something I'm interested in.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So back from lunch here, everybody. Hope y'all had a nice little break. So right, that SPY triggered right over that sort of lunch period. We briefly talked about it, right? Kind of exactly what's going on here, right? No strong volume profile in this run up, right? No real sign of momentum. So we need to see that outlier volume step in and close on strength, right? We're looking for a close that kind of looked along one of these three. Didn't really happen for us, right? Never really got that combo. So yeah, we got a little bit increase in volume, but not really any relative sign of strength. So no real follow through here. In general, though, right, what we talked about this morning is kind of playing out, right? Where we're opening up middle of the ranges, we're creeping up towards making new highs, and then as we make those highs, right, we're running out of steam, we're running out of momentum, right? So when we open up in such big ranges, right, in the middle of such ranges, man, it sucks. We can't really chase this action, or at least we can't chase it without the expectation of that volume stepping in. What's beautiful here now for the rest of this afternoon is we've had a lot of names sort of climb up, right? Some easier than others, right? Some have given us better volume profile than others, right? Tesla, for example, failing, right? So not giving us a good look. But there are a few names that are now giving us possible chances at kind of giving us like ascending wedge patterns, right? Bull flag breakouts. Kind of those sort of looking patterns, right? Like this kind of looks like a bull flag here on the SPY, right? Kind of looks like a bull flag, right? Apple, you kind of have an ascending wedge, right? So there's your wedge here, this trend line, right? So we have a little bit of stuff here that might be building a bit of momentum, but not quite ready or not quite alerting for us yet, right? This like here on this Apple as we're kind of creeping up towards that 167, right? That decreasing volume on that touch, right? Not very much interest, not really a lack of momentum. Sorry, not really a show of momentum, right? It's a complete lack of any follow through as we approach that, right? And look at the volume standard that we had kind of preceding it, right? No real strength, no real anything. So we need to wait for that volume to step in before we get that opportunity. What's nice though, right, is we are at these highs or, just below them, right, going into sort of a time where we do expect volume to step in. Some of these 1 hour candles, right, sometimes we can get that nice volume pop over lunch. Didn't quite happen either, right? But going into this power hour, close, if volume steps in, we're going to have a chance for a little bit of follow through, but we can't chase it for now, right? These volume standards are too weak. We need that volume to step in for some outlier candles to kind of come in and behave nicely, right? Like we can get something like this on Tesla, right? That same volume profile, but at high of day, right? That's sort of what we're looking for. That's that sort of sign of strength that we can start to get that confidence that we're going to get follow through or that we're going to get sort of that easy movement, right? We don't need to do anything crazy. We don't need to make any silly decisions, right? So let's be patient. 1 for 2 here on the day. Up a little bit, right? 12% net win, 10%, well, essentially a 10% loss, right? On that QQQ play, right? It's always the same number, right? 10% loss, always the same number. So, I mean, we're going to see how this shapes up, right? Objective is to not overtrade. Objective is not to force any decisions, and we'll see what this market wants to give us. But we've been fairly choppy. We've been fairly thin volume. It's not exactly perfect conditions, so I would rather be patient and finish green than being sort of undisciplined and sort of chasing trades that might not be there. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Maybe it was a little bit ranty, so apologies for that. But we'll see how this afternoon shapes up, right? For now, not really too much to talk about, not really too much that's immediately ready. We need that volume to step in droves. So if you have any questions, right, pop them in the chat. You got any setups you're looking at, pop them in the chat. Let's kind of go over them, right? But other than that, right, sort of just sitting on hands, waiting for conditions to sort of suit us, and then we'll take advantage when that happens. So for now, guys, still here, sitting at my computer. If you have any questions, pop them in, and we'll go over them as soon as I see them. So we need outlier volume here, right? We need outlier volume on the 30, right? Because this volume standard is so light here, we can't trust these thin signals. There's no context, right? There's no strength in numbers here. So even though we get outlier volume on this 5 min, the volume that we've had right over the last, say, 4 hours, or sorry, 2 hours, right? There's nothing there. So we can't trust this move until we get something that sort of exceeds at least the standard that we've seen inside this consolidation or inside this period where we haven't had those full body candles, right? We've got a lot of bodies that look like this neutral bullish, least bullish, right? With that decreasing volume. So not exactly any sign of strength here on this breakout for now. And we need way more information before this is tradable. Let's take a look here, Zach. One sec. So talk me through what's catching your eye here. You said you've been looking at it for a month, so let's call it, right? This is your period, your box, basically. What's catching your eye? Talk me through it. So, I mean, in general, I would say this 862 area, right? Call it 3 points of contact at this area of resistance. Make this the white line here, right? So 3 points of contact at an area of resistance, right? Slight downtrend, if you want to call it, from these last three here. Maybe something like this, right? So I would say these are maybe your two relative areas of resistance, right? Or two maybe possible resistance zones. So I don't know if that's showing you more strength than this trend. Probably not, right? I think in general, this is maybe now looking a bit like a period of consolidation, and then your confirmation of this move, and then sort of play this gap fill right towards that like $20 mark would be a breakout and hold of this 1860. I would say maybe that would be the play. Like, this is pretty good, really good volume pace actually on the day, right? Very impressive volume pace on the day. but I would get a little bit nervous with the relative like 2 points of resistance that are kind of stacking up on each other. Yeah, so the volume pace today is really good, Zach. I would agree. It looks exceptional. So I think that's a really, really good sign. I mean, do you know what the catalyst is for today? Maybe something that Biden said yesterday. So Affirm, yeah, it's something I am still interested in, but it doesn't look to me like it's fully exhausted yet. That for me is my big concern. Right, I want to see like some sort of indication of there being bulls back in control, right? Kind of, in my opinion, just get rid of some of these lines. Still kind of looks a bit bear flaggy here, right? So and I think there's still kind of some potential here down. And then when we look at this on the weekly chart, I mean, this is an idea for a long-term holding, right? If you look at this on the weekly chart, right? Okay, nice little hammer here, but this is a hammer on like the lowest volume in, man, like 6-7 weeks, right? Something like that. So I'm a little bit like I think there's probably still room to go here. It could still go, and I've got no indication of this being like a confident bottom yet. So I'm interested, but not yet. Still on watch. Yeah, that's fair. He's from that, like, there's a bunch of plants, right? He's a Pennsylvania guy. I would say it looks good. You have 2 points of confluence, though, right? That's what scares me. So if you miss the move, maybe on this like breakout, the 1770 to like, I don't know, $18 move, right? If you miss that, I don't know, like if you're gonna get that move. But of all the names that we've looked at here today, or that we've kind of been looking at, it's probably the best volume standard out of all of them. Albeit this wouldn't have exactly been tradable for us, at least today. Any soccer fans in the room here at the moment? Well, I'm a Chelsea fan. I wish, but oh man, sad day. I'm a very, very big, borderline call it diehard Chelsea fan. Best owner in sports, devastating. Is it a Pulisic kit? I have not traded Starbucks recently. I have traded it before though. So I used to live in London. That was where I went to school and stuff like that. So I've been to probably, I don't know, maybe like 35, 40 Chelsea games. I love that. I love that club so much. It's always the first. Stamford Bridge is always the first place I see, or like when I fly into London. It's always the first place I go. It's a disease. This looks like a really nice wedge. Kind of again looks like that bit of a failed bull flag breakout though. All right, here's your tread line breakout. All right, bull flag. It's not getting enough. So I think probably realistically, you got that shelf here at this $94, Zach. And in between, not that convincing. We talked a little bit about this January 24th before, right? So here's that January 24th on the SPY. Right, look how much stronger this is. Look how much more engulfing it is on volume than Starbucks. Right? Starbucks not even engulfing on volume. So although we have that sort of bounce back inside the Bollinger Band, right, on the daily here, and it's sort of back inside that range, there's, I don't know, it's not screaming out relative strength, I think, compared to the index. So I think this isn't going to be a leading play here, in my opinion. Sorry, I just have a siren going off. I don't know if you can hear it. oh, old DTR members maybe will remember the daily siren. But yeah, so puts could be interesting, right? But you want to see a breakdown under this low of this upper trend line. So if you're going to look for a pattern trend line breakdown, right? It's the same way on the upside. Your breakout line here is you basically have a consolidation wedge, right? So you're looking to a breakout over this 93.28 here to the upside, right? Or a breakdown under this 91.93. So whatever you can kind of give you that best follow through, right? That's your break. It breaking through this, right? Through this trend line is your setup, right? Its confirmation is breaking and holding above this 93.30 on that increasing strong volume, right? And then whatever your execution requirements are. So Apple, right, not giving us that sustained breakout here. Just no strength in that volume profile, right? No strength. So we can't trust these moves until a little bit more context is behind them, or a little bit more enthusiasm is behind them. Still waiting, right, for this thing to give us that outlier volume, right? So even on that previous candle, hard to see with this line, right? But decreasing daily volume. So again, no building momentum. Cannot trust this breakout until we at least have some sort of sign of that building strength. So maybe for power hour, we'll get something here. But for now, right, there's nothing immediately that is standing out. So I'm sitting on hands here, everyone. Nothing to force at the time. Interesting. The way this thing trades is wild, right? Has like this pop at the morning and then just dies the rest of the day. It's crazy. If you don't catch that like move the right way in the opening 5 min, you're kind of screwed. Man, this Chevron's very tradable on the 5 min. opening 5 min. Look at this. Every time outlier, full body candle, full volume. Next candle is always that same color. Right? If you make that lower low, didn't get that lower low, no follow through. Here, well, not that right shape. Not that right shape. Here we go, right? Full body volume, outlier. Next one's red. It's interesting. But this trade's in a weird way. Like it just moves in that first 5 minutes or 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then it doesn't seem like it moves at all. So I'm not sure what to really do with that, to be honest. Doesn't look right. Well, maybe trading views being deceptive. Maybe option trading volume. I mean, I don't know. Let's find a impartial third party here. Yeah, Zach, I mean, I don't know if you can see this very well, but we can see bigger volume here than what we've seen so far today. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you had the right data, just not all the information. Well, you could still use TradingView, right, for your charting. Like there's charting that's in interactive brokers. I don't use that. I just use the TradingView stuff. Yeah, but dude, it's $40 a month, right? Like if it's gonna be helping you, right? I don't know, that's not that much money. Charting software is like tax deductible too. So I don't know. It's not one of those things I skimp out on, I guess. All right, good luck. I've never used TOS, so I can't comment. But maybe one day I'll get like a partnership with TradingView or something. That'd be fun.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
No, no, like, no insult, but like, uh, trying to do the math here. It's like 300. You got 350x maybe. I take it back, 100%. But I reckon like before you have to 350x, or say 100x anyone's account. I reckon before you get there, like you can probably afford TradingView. That's really what I mean. If any of you guys are able to turn into $1 million traders, I'll take you on a dream vacation too. But let's go on the flip side here too, right? So let's make this agreement. If I go from being like trading this account to say having to take a real job, you guys take me on a dream vacation then. So we'll keep it fair. Hey, I feel like I keep it pretty real with you guys, right? I think I keep it pretty real with you guys. Are you though, Zach? Are you? I'm probably not going to ask you guys if you're good boys or not. That's probably inappropriate. But I'm the same thing. If I just I just think if my if am I doing something that my dog would be proud of, I'm probably doing the right thing. Or like be the person your dog thinks you are. Then you're probably doing the right thing. Exactly. She has a 100% win rate too. It's perfect. talking about. That's a great uptrend, right? You gotta remember, the moves that we're seeing now are like 4x bigger, right? So it's still approximately the same volatility, right? But the contracts or the SPYs like 4x this, right? Give or take. So the volatility is really good here, and it's a nice uptrend in that June 2004 ongoing period. I don't really see anything too wrong here. You go from like 97 to 117, like 20%. That's pretty good. You gotta remember, right? That was a totally different environment to what we have now, right? The amount of liquidity that was out there, the amount of participants, the speed at which things got executed, right? It's a totally different environment. So, I don't know. I'd be curious to know what Powell really is. I don't know what June 2004. I mean, I wasn't trading back then. I was pretty young, but man, I don't know. It's yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so seems like that's yeah, relatively reasonable then. If we can get a hike that pace and still climb 20%, we'll clean up in here. That'll be great for us. Yeah, I generally see it cheaper, right? Right. If you want to trade other stuff, mostly it's futures, right? So if you want to play or trade like just different benefits, right, for different types of contracts. But if you want to trade like UX, VY, that's VIX, right? So it's like you want to trade volatility, right? That's the move, and then QQQ, you got to do a little bit differently. No, I haven't. I don't really see the value in it. If I wanted to get specific sector exposure, I would just try to find like the highest volatility, or sorry, highest volume name in that sector. So instead of playing like a financials, I'd play like a JPM, right? Something like that. So a bunch of questions here. Yeah, great question. I'll start with the volume one. Sharon, we have a little bit of time with this crowd. So just give me a sec here. So for confirmation liquid, I'm always looking for the first time frame that gives me that. I personally mostly trade 5, 15, 30. So those time frames are the ones for me, right? So if I get a setup signal, I'll look for the 5 min for confirmation first, right? Then the 15, then the 30 min time frame. Do have some sort of parameters in between, right? Like if the volume is really light on the 30 min time frame, I'm not going to trust the 5 min. I'll wait for longer. But yeah, generally it's whatever time frame gives me that confirmation first. And then Shiri, no, Shiri, no worries about the caps. No worries. What I would say is I think we have a bit of a high here that we need to break out over. So there's this 206 area, right, which kind of looks like this weekly consolidation, right? So if we can get up and over this sort of zone, then it starts to get interesting. Have a little bit of a rejection there. Kind of don't like the lower low, right? Fairly big recovery. So I think if you're not getting that that recovery move here, or you're not getting that sort of easy reaction here, it's challenging to sort of get that easy follow through. So for me, I don't think there's a move here, or I don't think there's a look. But yeah, I think it needs a bit more. It needs to get above that 206 area. Yeah, so I mean, we didn't talk about it too much, but it does seem like the markets are pricing in. It does seem like the markets are trying to price in, right, less aggressive of Fed tightening. So instead of going 50 basis points, right, it's going to be more of a 25 basis point hike. That seems to be the implication here. Zach made a little bit of some few comments here in the chat about how Powell was talking about how he wants to do 25 basis point hikes, and referenced 2000 and referenced 2004, and in that 2004 period, in that June 2004 period, SPY climbed like 20% from there. So if we can kind of establish that trend, yeah, oh man, I'm so tired of dip buying too. I'm so tired of this chop. But I think for now it's probably too early until we actually get that Fed rate hike. So we're starting to get that kind of information, right, that it's coming. But until it really happens, until we start to really see that first indication that that's the way this plan is going, I think this is still a market that will take any excuse to be cautious, I think. So in general, I'd say it was definitely more bullish than bearish, but so much headline risk still that might not be the move here yet. Oh man, it's gonna be so nice, right? If we can finally start to get a little bit of momentum. We have such clean, and we've got such nice like trend lines to break, right? Where it's like, okay, we've got one shelf here, right? Then it's like 310 on Microsoft. Maybe not the best example, but look at this. Like, these are gonna be so nice. Once we get to like 450, right? Things are gonna start moving like $2-3 at a time. And oh man, we'll be cleaning up. But for now, we have to kind of survive until we can thrive. So it's all right. It's okay, right? Like, I'm scratch on the week here. Is what it is. But we'll be fine, right? We know we'll be all right. It's just a question of making sure that we can be in a position to take advantage of the market when it becomes good again, right? Markets aren't nasty and choppy and painful forever. They come and go, right? Good times lead to tough times lead to lean times, right? Lean times lead to boom times, right? And we're going to get all that whole cycle coming through again, and we'll have really, I mean, probably not 2020 conditions, right? I don't know if that'll ever happen again, but we're going to have a market that rewards, or that doesn't punish us if our timing isn't perfect, or isn't going to crush us if we're, right, like not perfect on our position sizing. And we're going to have really good habits by the time that happens to really take advantage of that and then really bankroll or really improve our accounts. So that's what the objective is, right? Is that we have to have these good habits so we can survive these bad times. And then when we survive those bad times, right, we can thrive when the market is sort of behaving, right? Because our discipline, our patience, we're going to find 3, 4, 6 setups a day, right, that all give us A+, and we'll bank on 6 or 5 of them, right? 5 of 6 or 4 of 6, and we'll just clean up. But for now, we have to be patient and just take what the market gives us and not be too aggressive. Just no volume here. That's the only, man, we just keep getting stuck on that, right? Nothing is giving us that volume. The volume today on the day, right? Very light in context. So it's tough to be super aggressive here when we don't have a very strong backdrop to sort of trade with. Okay, maybe starting to see a little bit of volume, right? Or some hints of that volume stepping in. I don't want to trust these 5-min candles. Not super interested in that, right? Would like to have a little bit more context. But if this thing can kind of creep up well above average here on this AMD, right? Maybe there's a look towards like that 121, 122 areas. Similar point on this NVIDIA. Albeit maybe a little bit more challenging of a volume profile here on this 15-min time frame. So how did everyone's trading day go today? Waiting to see some of these volume profiles, right? See how they close. Yeah, I think that's a really good, I guess, mindset, beast egg, right? Like, I say this all the time, right? As traders, we don't get paid for our time, right? We get paid for our decisions. So sometimes, right, the best decision is to sit on hands. Sometimes the best decision is to not trade and just to wait. So that's really good discipline from you, right? Those are only habits that are going to keep compounding. So I'll keep it up. That's really good to hear. Yeah, no worries, Natasha. You didn't miss anything really with the morning session anyway. So, I mean, 1 for 1 on the day, or sorry, 1 for 2 on the day. Decent loss in AMD, decent win in SPY. Just kind of canceling each other out. Little green, but nothing too crazy, right? Just kind of dealing with this chop and then dealing with, I don't know, stress associated with that, right? I wouldn't say it's been a particularly enjoyable session to trade. It's the way it goes, though, right? Sometimes. And that's why risk management is so important. Because in theory, right, if we're risking 1% to trade, man, do you know how many incorrect decisions in a row we have to make, right, before we blow up our accounts, before we lose everything, right? Even making, I don't know, 20 wrong trades in a row or 20 mistakes in a row, your position sizing is small, right? You can come back from 20% drawdown on your account. But if that discipline isn't there, you don't give yourself a chance to make mistakes. And it's like the same reason, it's like the same thing with weight loss, right? It's like most people fail their diets because they give themselves this pressure to follow their diet 100% of the time. So, I'm going to lose weight, right? And I'm going to go all in on Atkins or go all in on keto or whatever. And they're going to force themselves into eating something. They're going to get cravings. And then their cravings are going to collapse. Are going to make them sort of collapse, right? They're going to make them give up on their diet, right? They're going to eat that tub of ice cream. They're going to eat that bag of chips, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden, they're going to feel super discouraged. And instead of looking at oh my gosh, look at all this progress I made in the 3 weeks before, it's, oh, I'm a fat pig again, right? Eating this bag of chips. So, we have to give ourselves that leeway, right? That flexibility to make mistakes, right? To fail. Because, yeah, Natasha, I'm exactly the same way, right? Like, I don't like them at the time, but in hindsight, right? In hindsight, it's really important that, when you can have those 1 for 3 green days, like, they're really just reinforcing discipline and just reinforce, right, those good habits. Zach, I'm not making any personal comments here, right? I'm not trying to attack anyone on an individual basis, not at all. So, not what I'm trying to do, but it's just important, right, that we think that way. We don't, we give ourselves that opportunity to fail. Yeah, exactly, right? And sizing your positions so that you're like that one trade away, right? Where you're not creating yourself that extra pressure. Oh, fair enough. But, right, we just have to give ourselves, design our system in with the idea in mind, right? That we are going to have failures, we are going to have mistakes, and that they are an inevitable part of this game. So if you don't give yourself a chance to be wrong, you don't give yourself an opportunity to be able to survive a loser, then that's where, you're never going to make it as a trader, right? So that's ultimately the decision you have to make for yourself, right? Being proactive in that decision making. I will tell you what I do. I will show you my entries. I will show you my exits, show you where I take profit. I'll show you where I get stopped out, right? But ultimately, right, we all make that decision of how big we size our position. We all make that decision to click. So be responsible for that decision yourself, right? Be in control of that decision-making process. And hopefully the DTR method can help you do that. How many of you guys are checking out DTR for the first time today? Much appreciated. Much appreciated. What's your trading background here, Beast Egg? Or like, what's your style, I guess? Not sure if you guys are aware. I mean, some of you might be. I'm running a new promo. Pretty confident in myself. Pretty confident in my teaching methods. How I can help people. So I'm doing what's called the Traders Challenge. Yeah, very hard to do these days. Absolutely. So I'm doing what's called the Traders Challenge. So I'm challenging you guys all to become profitable traders. And I believe I can help you become one in 90 days or less. If I can't, right, I'll give you your money back. So obviously there are going to be some terms and conditions, right? You got to adhere to the DTR trading principles. But I'm quite confident I can turn anyone into a winning trader in 90 days or less. And I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. So if you're interested in checking that out, right, the link is there in the chat. I stream and trade like this every day for members. Some days bigger wins, some days bigger losses, right? But it's all about stacking up that consistency. Every trader has green days. Every trader has red days. I try to have more green days than red, right? That's really ultimately how it is. My objective here is to help everyone become profitable traders. I am a trader first, everything else second. And so my objective here is to help you guys become winners. That's it, right? There's no real hard sales pitch besides that. I'm not selling you guys Lambos, not pitching you a lifestyle that does not exist. Just trying to sell you guys, right? Show you guys, right, what I do, what my institutional path has helped me, right, to create for myself as a trader. And hopefully it can help you create that freedom that you're also looking for. And that's a 3-month program. So it's a 3-month commitment, right? 90 days. You trade with us 90 minutes a day for 90 days, and I'll be able to get you to green. Yeah, that's true. I just can't give you the one free stock. Everything else, yeah, Nitesh, it should be in the mail, but that free stock, man, I just can't find a way to get it to you. Sorry, man. I mean, look, I think it's only reasonable, right? That if the point is, I want people to commit to putting in the time, right? I think there's too much of a culture and too much of an easy come, easy go thing. So I'm confident that not everyone who joins will be able to become a winning trader. I'm 100% ready for that outcome. But what I do believe is that most people can. The majority of people will be able to if they decide to commit as well, right? So if you commit to learning those good habits, if you commit to that risk management, 3 months is more than enough time. Maybe there'll be situations where my teaching and your learning style doesn't sync up, right? Maybe there's times where you make a mistake that's too big to come back from, right, in that period. But for the majority of people, if you really put your head down and work, we can get there. And it's just about being honest with yourself, taking responsibility for yourself, and I'll show you everything you need to do. But then it's up to you to really pull that trigger. So if you can prove to me that you did and that you are adhering to the DTR principles, then I have zero reason to believe, right, that it wouldn't work, because that's what I'm doing. And there hasn't been a 3-month period in my trading career since I started, right, where if I go back 3 months, I'm not profitable, right? So I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm backing myself to back you guys. But I also believe that I can teach anyone to do this as long as they're willing to match me on that effort. And for me, that's 90 days. Success doesn't happen overnight. Change doesn't happen overnight. And so there has to be, fairness on both sides. And I'm asking a lot from those who join that program, right? But I also think I'm providing a lot of value. And if I can't provide it, I would not feel good charging you money for this service. So really at this point, right, it's about watching here, right? We're not really getting anything that's setting up into this last 30 min. So I'm here to get any clues going into tomorrow, right? What we've been getting throughout sort of this last couple days, right, is we keep getting these sort of gap downs or gap ups, right, into sort of the middle of these ranges. So, I mean, we've had this gap up before, or sorry, this kind of strong close before, and then, you know, opens up bottom of the range. And that's what we're trying. I mean, hopefully we can avoid that tomorrow. We can get that thing to break out, right? Gap up and go. Then we can get out of this chop, and hopefully someone was asking, right, about if we're going to start getting trending again, right? That would be the first sign of that happening. But I still think until this Fed meeting, right, 2 weeks from now, I think it's on the 16th, so exactly 2 weeks from now, right, we're stuck in molasses until then, is sort of my belief. Sure, right? It definitely took a little bit of uncertainty out of it, but the problem is the like other participants have rules, right? So if you're like a pension fund, if you're like a big boy who's been pulling your money out, you're not putting your money back in until the Fed statement is official, right? So until then, right, and like a lot of the big participants are just still going to be on the sidelines because it hasn't satisfied their execution requirements, right? So that for me is really what it is, right? Why we're not going to put too much stock into this. And then in reality, right, the way that the geopolitical situation is going on, 2 weeks is a long time, right? 2 weeks ago, we weren't even really talking about the buildup of forces in the Ukraine, right? And so we can have a pretty significant geopolitical shift in that time period. And I think that still creates a little bit of nervousness. So, yeah, in general, I would say it's a good rumor, right? And maybe this starts to price things in a little bit, but the real confirmation will happen, right? The real volume will step in once, right? Once that Fed decision actually happens. We can tell today, right, that this hasn't been picked up as like a particularly huge sign of strength, or that the market isn't putting too much stock into it because we haven't seen that money flow in, right? Still relatively disappointing daily volume, right? On the SPY here, we're likely going to finish decreasing, right? So we got that news narrative that still came out, but then no real new momentum came in to support it, right? So I think for now, this market's not fully convinced that there isn't flexibility there still. In general, I just think we're stuck Yeah, I mean, people like certainty, right? Investors like certainty. So we're not getting that, right, with this big headline still to come. And we still have some data that's going to drop, right, over the next couple days, right? We got jobless claims coming up, right? We've got non-farms. So there is still some stuff, right, that could be interesting. And that could really complicate things here a little bit, right? So let's not get too carried away here yet. If we get that strength, right, we'll know right away. We'll know when that volume steps in. But I still think short term we have to be pretty cautious. It's a really good question, though. So interesting question, Caesar. Depends on which one, right? There's some that are better than others. There's stuff like Day Trade the World, I think, is one of these companies, and they're kind of shady. I started out as a prop firm trader, but I'm not sure how to put this nicely. Most of the spots that are like that, they post their jobs on job boards. They don't advertise. So, if you're finding a legit prop firm, it's like you applied for the job and you have good conditions. It's if you're finding a shady one, it's probably you found an advertisement that's learn how to trade our strategy and then we'll fund you and you keep X profit. So I would be careful about those things because they're more, I would say in general, I'd be careful about those things. So I'm not sure if you have any specific examples, but in my experience, those are sort of the two distinctions that I would look at. Well, it depends on each one, right? A lot of these places teach you their strategy, right? They'll teach you like Elliott wave theory, or they'll teach you whatever, and they demand that you trade that. Realistically, I would say if your objective here is to like try to get funding at one of those places, right? And then take that and apply the DTR method and use that money to apply the DTR method, you're probably doing things in the wrong order, right? Instead, more focus on bulletproofing your process, right? Getting that sort of thing confident. And then when you have that proof of concept, go look for opportunities to scale and grow. Instead of adding so many things at once, instead of adding so many things to your plate at once, I would recommend you learn one thing at a time, right? Become really, really confident in it. Show that you can do it. And then, right, if that's how you want to fund your account, you can do that. But I would not recommend, and I would actually probably ban you if I found out you were doing this, right? From doing that, because I don't think you're putting yourself in a position to succeed there, and you're going to have sort of possibly like compliance issues, risk issues from the fund that you're really trading with, right? That might not be compatible or will make you ineligible, right, for their program. So I cannot encourage something blankly like that in general. What I will say, though, is that the DTR principles here, I'm confident that they translate to every strategy, right? All it is that we're looking at using volume and candlesticks to be our confirmation for our ideas. So if our idea is correct, we should see a lot of people interested. And if a lot of people are interested, we should see a lot of volume. And that looks to me the same thing every single time. And so if you apply those principles, you'll do just fine in any environment. But yeah, if you're looking to use this to sort of fund your account and then use that money to learn, I think you're going to put yourself in a situation where you maybe, face some legal consequences maybe that you're not interested in or weren't aware of. So I would strongly recommend against it. I know it's going to maybe sound kind of shitty, Caesar, but honestly, there is a lot of value in learning how to trade from a small account, right? At the size that we're trading as retail traders, and I qualify retail traders as anyone who would not be able to get a bank appointment with like JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs, right? So if you don't meet their sort of capital requirements, right, which is like 10 mil, I'm going to call you a retail trader. So if you trade anywhere along that size, right, or a portfolio of that sizing, the way you trade a $1,000 account and a $1 million account is pretty much exactly the same thing. There's no difference in the amount you risk. There's no difference in the amount that you sort of grow, right, or the pace that you can grow at, right, to a certain extent. There will be a point where you get limited, but what will happen is if you take on too much risk, you take on too big of account, So you're not going to have the familiarity there to trade that, right? So instead of reinforcing your skill set and then adding on difficulty by adding pressure, you're adding difficulty and pressure at the same time. So you don't need to scale and try to learn something new and put everything on your plate at once. Delay that gratification, right? If you have to grind and it takes you a year to get out of trading 10,000, or takes you a year to get from trading a different play, right? Then it's really dependent, right? One sec, Ben. I'll get back to you in a second. So it's all about building that skill set, right? If you learn how to trade a $1,000 account, you can learn how to trade a $1 million account in theory, right? But it's the same thing, right? So, but you're not going to go from trading 1,000 to trading a $50,000 account or a $100,000 account and all of a sudden have the skills needed to sort of do well there. So both were 2/3 sizing, Ben, I believe. I'll calculate the dollar exposure here in a sec if you want. So exposure-wise, AMD was approximately 53K, just a little bit under. And then SPY exposure-wise was like 51.3. So really, Ben, I just want to be, I want to stress this with you a little bit. If your objective, and I've said this a lot, right? If your objective is to copy me and to follow me completely, right? To always think the same way as me, it's never going to happen, right? Never going to happen, because we're different people. We've got different experiences. We've got different backgrounds. We've got different trading experience, right? We've got whatever. So what I would focus on for you, right, is find your way of keeping your dollar risk consistent, right? So for me, I'm never going to let myself lose more than 1% of my account per trade, right? That is an agreement I have with myself, right? A binding contract I hold with myself. And you ultimately need to be making that decision, right, for yourself. Sizing your plays to keep yourself in that state of mind, right? So that means you got to do that delta calculation for yourself, right? For each trade, it means that's what you got to do. So I would be really careful, right, to not get too obsessed with the pursuit of trying to be or trying to trade exactly like me, getting exact same entries, exact same price for every single play, because it's never going to be like that, right? Instead, take what I show you here, right, and put your own little spin on it, put your own little risk management thought process behind it, and then you're going to have a lot more confidence in those ideas because you're going to know why you're sizing those plays, right, for what reason, and you're going to have that sort of level of accountability with yourself. So I would really implore you to focus on that if you could. So, guys, not too much else here to do in the day, right? We got, I don't know, 5 minutes here until market close. Not chasing any action. It was a really, relatively boring DTR Wednesday, be very honest, right? Not too much happened. Kind of disappointing action when we got it, right? Quick stop outs, long climbs, and those aren't fun days, right? Those aren't the most enjoyable. Hopefully a few of you guys are green here like myself, right? Not a huge day, but am green on the day. Basically flat on the week. We'll calculate to see exactly what the damage is. Could be worse, could be better. But all in all, right, didn't overtrade today. Didn't make too many decisions I think I'll regret. So ultimately, right, not a bad day. For those of you who are new to DTR, right, thank you so much for joining and for checking us out today. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully you'll check us out again. For those who are up for the Traders Challenge, hope to hear back from you guys soon. And like I said, guys, right, turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less. And that's sort of the DTR promise. So that's going to be it here for today, everyone. Same deal. Like always, you have any questions outside of market hours, hit me up and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.